In 1974, Jim Palmeri had a dream and an idea to run the biggest and best disc golf tournament around, and he succeeded greatly. 50 years later, we are still celebrating this tournament. It is the 50th Jim Palmeri's American Flying Disc Open, presented by Dynamic Disc. We are here in Rochester, New York, and I am Brian Earhart, joined here by Juliana Korver. Juliana, this tournament has so much history. It's such a wonderful story. Can you give us what you know right now?
Well, one thing that really hits home for me is the fact that, as was the norm with most disc golf tournaments, if not all, or in the early years, is that it wasn't just disc golf. It was what we call an overall. So it included multiple disc disciplines. And this event in 74 had DDC, and I believe it had freestyle as well.
Before pole holes were invented, before the PDGA, before even the NAS series that the International Frisbee Association ran, we had this tournament. They played in baskets on the ground with little flags in them. And now we are here in 2023, and the tournament is still going now on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. We have a silver event right before the World Championships, and we have some players playing for some points. We talked so much about the dominance of Kristin Tattar this season, but really this has been a year for many players. 13 unique winners on the Disc Golf Pro Tour this year. We've watched the future begin to present itself, and we've seen the original titans of this division in this modern era continue to have success. Sai Ananda, the Texas State Championships, Kristin Tattar having a historic year. What have you noticed overall? You've competed alongside of them this year. You've commentated. What are the big takeaways?
Well, what's been fun for me is the fact that many of these victories by new people have been commanding. You know, they haven't just squeaked by at the end. Quite a few of them have led quite a way through, and it wasn't a mistake, you know, that they won the event. They did so powerfully.
Owen Scoggins taking out home the victory at the Mid-America Open. Missy Gannon back-to-back titles at the Ledgestone Open. And Valerie Monduhano, a fantastic victory at Idlewild after a long delay from an ankle injury. And this week, could it be young Eliezra Midling, the U18 junior world champion, and I don't think distance champion even does it justice. Distance overlord, so to speak, dominating the distance championships at Junior Worlds by over 180 feet. Eliezra is here, and she is ready to prove herself on the Disc Golf Pro Tour for the first time.
She also dominated the division. She won her division by 20 strokes.
This is a player that, just like many other young talented disc golfers, has just phenomenal throwing form at such a young age, throws with such speed and intention, and some early scores coming in. Juliana, we're seeing some over par scores already. What do you know about this Parma course?
Okay, this is a little bit of a shorter course than many of the other ones we see on the DGPT, but as we saw in that previous clip, the conditions are not ideal out there. So if you don't have a good grip on your disc, then the OB and the rough, which can be very rough, can come into play.
And this is a course that plays very park style, but yes, like you said, there is a lot of OB kind of lining a lot of these fairways. And as you said, it wouldn't be the 2023 Disc Golf Pro Tour season without a little rain falling down on the asphalt. Can occur in conditions, 71 degrees, 98% humidity, but the wind is down 5 miles per hour. It looks to be like today we will get a little bit of rain, but hopefully missing it later on. Canada, the solution for growth and bloom. Thanks for that. And looking forward to seeing how the players do out here at Parma. A very balanced track. And Holly Finley looking for some points to move up in the Disc Golf Pro Tour stats. Happy to be here in Rochester. Originally signed up for the event, dropped the event, re-signed up for the event.
It's very smart of Holly to be playing this event points-wise. There are 3 silver events that count towards the standings at the end of the year. Holly has already played in more than that, so she will get, if she can place better than 7th, she will get to drop that score in 7th and take the net gain in points.
And that's really all I got for you. Any questions?
Can we have the order?
What is the order? Holly is first. Holly. Sandy is second. Colleen third. Chantal is fourth. There you are.
Thank you.
Good luck, ladies.
Thank you. Sounds good, Juliana.
And your chase card about to tee off. Holly Finley will join 3 Canadian players: Sandy Hendel, Colleen McInnes, and Chantal Badinsky.
Have a good round. Have a good round. Have a good round. Have a good round.
For our 9:05 tea time, from Bell Buckle, Tennessee, Holly Finley.
Whoa. Simply a placement shot here, 600 feet, kind of funnels into a mouth.
St. Thomas, Canada, Sandy Hendel.
Sandy Hendel, a very talented player from Canada. Lefty. What's the trick here on hole 1, Juliana?
You don't want to turn it to the right at all because the OB line can come into play. It's as short as 300 feet if you go too far to the right. You just want to ideally get in front of that gap. It doesn't matter how close to the gap you get. Really like the trust on that shot. She should be able to find an angle to the gap.
From Windsor, Canada, Chantal Badinsky.
Riding a bit right, but not too bad. Weather forecast gave us 5 miles an hour, but JK, I don't think the weather is staying consistent.
Yeah, those flags look like they're moving a little bit more than 5 would dictate.
Let's take a look at a couple storylines going into this tournament here in Rochester, New York. Again, like we said, this tournament is in its 50th iteration. I mean, this is the longest running tournament in disc golf right now, and just wonderful to be back here in Rochester. Also, we will have a new Disc Golf Pro Tour champion this week. It is inevitable. And then in regards to style and substance, the Parma Disc Golf course has been completely revamped for this iteration of the tournament. Again, over the years, these courses in the Rochester area have gone through so many makeovers just to continue to evolve with the MPO division. And with that, to tell another story about this tournament, we're throwing it down to the third member of our broadcast, Nate Perkins. Nate, what else do you know about this tournament?
Well, Brian, I absolutely love to hear Juliana and yourself share so much history about the disc golf here in Rochester. Brian, the year was 1974, and Jim Palmeri went to the local car dealership and actually convinced them to give the winner of the tournament a brand new Datsun B210. Well, of course, he only went on to sell 3 spectator passes, and he had to actually pay for the car out of his own pocket. And Dan Roddick, a.k.a. the Stork, PDGA number 3, went on to win that Datsun. So kind of one of the best prizes in disc golf history, honestly. Back to you guys in the booth.
Well, adjusted for inflation, that car gave us the biggest prize in disc golf up until the 2020 Disc Golf Pro Tour finale. $15,000 adjusted for inflation. It was $2,000 back then.
At the time, the spectator passes cost $2 a piece.
And a movie, a nickel. Jim said that the year after, John Kirkland won the tournament again, but he did not take home a new vehicle. He took home a 10-speed bicycle, a nice bicycle at that, but setting a precedent nonetheless. Now we have players looking at this mouth on hole number 1.
So you can see the tee pad in front of them. Past that, the fairway is about 30 feet wide, and there's OB on both sides, so it is quite dangerous, and it does slope down to an out-of-bounds creek, and then it slopes back up to the basket.
I'm a big fan of these funneling kind of second shots because there's so much green space to work with, but your angle can change severely. Even though you're in bounds, players hugging that right side have a completely different shot than players on the left.
Like she could outdrive Raven. Yeah, the same. I know, like one girl,
And Chantal's going to check her footing out here.
Got to go to the right to stay in bounds. Oh, she makes it all the way to the green. That was a fantastic shot. She has a significantly uphill putt at it, but she is safely over the creek.
Let's take another look at this shot from Chantal. What a start to the tournament. Just getting enough turn in the disc and sneaking through that one guardian tree on the left side. This is a tight gap you have to maneuver right away.
It is a tight gap. Very impressed with that shot.
A little bit of relief there for Chantal. Otherwise known as... Go ahead.
Oh, she did a great job lining up herself so that she could actually see the basket, which makes a big, big difference.
Colleen sneaking a bit more right. And that is going to find the OB creek in the middle, unfortunately. It's all good. It's coffee time. Not a lot of quirky OB rules. A lot of times out here it's going to be standard OB. A couple holes are islands with drop zones. Now Sandy. Oh, representing the lefties out there. Great turnover flex shot.
Beautiful control on that angle through the trees.
Hand on the chest. I think we're going to have quite a few players relieved to make it over the creek in 2.
Now, to be honest, it's really not necessary, unless they're going for that 45-foot uphill putt, it's not necessary to go over the water to be able to have a pretty easy par.
Yeah, likely one of the holes players are going to be looking at the scoring spread to see who actually needs to get the birdie on this one. Now Holly. Her third after going out of bounds.
She finds the green. She's a little bit up the slope. She may have a decent shot at a putt there.
Well, knowing Holly's putting stroke, I believe anything inside of 100 is a is a pretty clean putt for her. Love to get the radar gun on that spin putt. And Holly is playing for quite a bit. She has some points to play for. She's kind of on that bubble right now, right in the mix for that Pro Tour Championship, which is getting more and more elusive as the years go by.
Yeah, you want to know if like what you just got.
And there is Ellie Ezra, the young phenom from this area, ready to take the course in just a bit. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll see you on the other side here on the Disc Golf Network.
I'm asked all the time, why do you play disc golf so much? The best answer I can think about is, there's just something about disc golf. You might think it's just like any other sport, but I can promise you this is not the case. Disc golf is the walking nature, the closing of your computer, the discipline that it requires, that sound of those chains. I don't know what it is. The whole world should have the opportunity to try it. Let's grow the sport.
My name is Ricky Wysocki. I founded the Saki Bomb Foundation as a nonprofit organization committed to growing the sport of disc golf with America's youth. The foundation's First Putt initiative puts 50 discs and 1 portable basket in the hands of PE teachers across the United States at no cost to the school. We've already sent First Putt packages to schools in all 50 states with the generous support from our sponsors. If you want to be a part of this movement, visit sakibombfoundation.org. Thank you for growing the sport of disc golf with us. So the Slammer, it doesn't fly as far as the Harp, but that's exactly what I designed it for. It was designed for me to be able to throw hard with the real severe angles, a lot of flex shots, and it's a unique spot in the bag. So that's why I think it's becoming so popular.
You want to play through?
It's parked.
There's something about sand that reminds us of ourselves. What were once great stones have been ground down over years and years into something so small. But sand also shows us that everything we do matters, and that together, even our smallest actions can create great dunes. Because little by little, a little becomes a lot.
And we are back. Budinsky on 1 for birdie. Yes!
That is not an easy hole to birdie, especially in wet conditions.
Well, you see where her lie was after a fantastic second, and she still had 30, 35 feet uphill. Let's take another look on that Zuka replay. Beautiful.
Great height, good power.
Always feels good to get one going to start the round. Now Colleen. About 22 feet.
You can see that this basket is on a mound. There is a significant downhill slope to the right of the basket.
And now Holly for bogey.
Solid, confident putt.
There's a lot of these little mound greens here. With how rainy it's about to be, players better have their cleats on. They want to keep their balance out here. Unfortunately, McInnes is going to tap in a double bogey, moving on to number 2 as we await our lead card. And if you are watching today on YouTube, we have to give a big shout out to Great Lakes Disc. Round 1 of the American Flying Disc Open is brought to you on YouTube, courtesy of Great Lakes Disc, and because of that, you can save 15% off your order at greatlakesdisc.com with the code GGPT. This deal is live now through Thursday, August 31st. And last week, if you did not tune in on the Disc Golf Network or YouTube, you missed a heater from Owen Scoggins, who has just been playing wonderfully consistent disc golf, winning at the monstrous toboggan course. It was a masterclass in course management, JK.
It really, really was. I believe she had 1 bogey for the tournament, which is not even comprehensible. I mean, there's so many places to get in trouble out there, especially with the up and down hills and the wind that we had on day 2 as well.
I mean, look at this backhand that she's throwing on the Long Island 16th, sticks it no problem. And then this was the dagger that, to me, sealed the deal. The big 55-foot uphill putt on number 15. She just looked and played like a champion all week long. I mean, this is one of the best players in the world and has a shot at winning a world title.
Without a doubt,
Vermont.
she does.
This week, though, could it be Ellen Widboom taking her 2nd Disc Golf Pro Tour victory, winning the Idlewild Open in 2020? But nothing yet here in 2023. Could it be Ellen? We will see on the other side of this commercial break on the Disc Golf Network.
I want to be known for, I guess, like the titles I win, and I want to be known for winning a lot of tournaments. And you know, hopefully I get to a point where I can be dominant in an era. But with so many people coming up in the game, so hard to stay consistent at the top. You know, we haven't really seen that in a long time. So that's kind of my goal, is to set the new standard for this generation.
At Discraft, we don't wait to see what the future holds. We build it. The future is in your hands.
So I started the Ulibarri Leadership Foundation for a pretty simple reason. So I had to choose between education and following my dream of disc golf. I don't want other disc golf athletes to have to make that choice.
Receiving the scholarship from the Leadership Foundation really did allow me to pursue my education, allow me to graduate on time while still having my passion be a big part of my life. So I got to do both, and I love it.
Can you feel it? It's fresh and something completely new. It's something that connects us with nature and where we care about what's around us. At Pure Disc, We believe that every small step counts. Our bags, made from recycled materials, may just be a drop in the ocean, but we believe this is the beginning of something. Pure Disc golf bags are waiting for you on our website, puredisc.net, with same-day worldwide shipping wherever you are.
And welcome back. Eliezer Midling from Georgia, the young phenom, almost throwing 500 feet at the Junior World's distance competition, ready to showcase her skills on the Disc Golf Network.
The future is so bright in FPO.
For our 9:25 tee time, our first off the box from Penfield, New York, Melinda Apton.
Melinda, multiple-time winner of this tournament.
Second off the tee, from Brooksville, Florida, Ellen Whitboom.
You can never count out Ellen Whitboom, especially with the technical sidearm that she has, especially on some of these more challenging park style / woods courses or woods holes.
Third off the tee, from Burnsville, Minnesota, Raven Klein.
Raven has had some success at some A tiers this year. A lot of her competitors are saying she's making a big jump in skill and consistency. Could this be her weekend?
I played with Raven last week, and she impressed me with her distance. She's got very good power off the tee.
Hortense, Georgia, Eliezer Midling.
If you are someone who likes to watch form and like to watch players that throw hard,
Oh my goodness. Oh, I think that might have skipped OB left. Let's hope not.
wow.
I did find that out of bounds left just barely at the end of the flight, curled, and that wet ground kind of allowed it to continue skipping out.
That was crushed.
Yeah, her arm speed, amazing.
Now, up ahead on 2, Badinsky. Dogleg left. Very subtle. That's not bad. Let's take a look at the UDisc course close-up here for Parma Town. Juliana, lay it down.
This course is located just west of Rochester, New York. It was established in 2004. It was originally a 9-hole course before expanding to 18 holes in 2006. I actually got to play the course last year while they were trying to figure out the redesign. That redesign was tweaked a little bit this year, and it is a very nice combination of wooded and wide open holes surrounded by the trees and the rough. We have hole 10 here. It's one of the signature holes. It's not that long, but it is dominated by this pond that you must clear. Hole 15 is another potential signature hole. This is just a really fun shorter style course.
Well, with that said, the UDisc course close-up obviously brought to you by UDisc, and their events tab has a brand new look, filter by tournaments and leagues, even glow rounds and women's events. Just open the UDisc app to get started. Seeing some approach shots come in on number 2. Now Melinda going over the creek.
The fairway does widen out, as you can see. Once you clear that creek, it is pretty skinny up until you get over the creek.
Now we got Hendel.
Beautiful. Beautiful little turn on that putt.
Now Raven. Going over in 2.
There is an OB line there, and it is pretty close to the bottom of that hill, so it can be very dangerous if you end up on the right side of the basket and get any kind of a roll to the right.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about how you think you should approach this course. Let's take a look at Korver's Keys, brought to you by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Stay out of the rough. Many of the open holes are surrounded by thick rough that can easily add strokes if you land within it. Creativity through the trees. We saw a little bit of hole 2, and on these wooded holes, if you get offline, you should be able to find a line to the basket, but you might have to make the disc turn one way or the other, or maybe a couple of ways, and then dial in your approaches. There will be quite a few holes where players will be left with short to medium length approaches, and those who are precise today at that range will have far less stress making the next shot into the basket for their birdie or par.
Korver's Keys, brought to you by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store. And now we have Widboom with one of those approaches you were just talking about.
A little low, getting a nice skip up towards the basket. That was a safe online approach.
Yeah, the big thing that I've been taking away from talking to some players is this course just has balance. It has high ceilings, low ceilings, wooded shots, park golf, open shots. The team out here at Rochester has put together a really nice track here.
That's true, and they're also shuffled up, so you don't play 4 shots that are the same. Oh, is that? She may have found the OB again there. Very unfortunate start.
And that's her second out of bounds. You know, playing on this stage in front of the cameras is great experience for a young player with such talent. So looking forward to see how her game evolves over the course of this weekend. Now Chantal again. 370 feet. It's going to be a long look. And now back to 1. Nate, let's talk about the weather. Is the rain still coming down? Is it patchy? What's it like out there?
Yeah, the rain's kind of stopped, but we're just in this like eternal fog. I mean, we're only maybe 15 miles from one of the Great Lakes, and it's just been kind of sitting on the area. Ground is completely saturated, and footing is definitely going to be pretty difficult all day.
That would work for if you take a step back from the radius.
Getting to see a little bit of the sidearm now.
Very accurate.
I am really looking forward to seeing her game over the course of this weekend. The first 2 shots, backhand and forehand, I'm noticing pop as the commonality, but with great distance comes great responsibility. Now up ahead to Holly Finley.
Well played, finding the middle of the fairway in circle 2.
Raven maneuvering the fairway nicely. She's got a putt for birdie uphill. Oh boy. Very uphill.
At least the ground flattens out behind the basket.
And that's going to be nice for Raven because of that flattening. This was after watching Melinda lay up under the basket. You know, from your perspective, how scoreable is this Parma track? Is it something where the players have to give it a lot of respect, or can you put the foot on the gas and birdie as much as possible?
That's a good question. I was playing to learn it, not playing to try to score on it, so I wasn't thinking that way. For example, on hole 1 here, it takes the perfect drive to be able to go for the green. So I think there's a lot of cases where smart play is par golf, but we do have, like, there's a couple of island holes that are under 250 feet. So there are definitely places that you can go for the birdies. You just need to respect the out of bounds.
And the struggle continues on hole 1 for Eliezra. Tentative putt missed left, and now 20-footer uphill with really tough footing.
This is only her 3rd event playing pro. I'm going to venture to guess that it's her first event playing in front of the cameras.
Looks like she's keeping an even head. Just trying to stay present. And a tap in. Just to get to the next hole, not too bad of an idea. And that's going to be a par for Raven. Melinda will take that as well. And a bogey for Ellen. And this is going to be a quintuple bogey to start off the tournament. At least she got it out of the way on the first hole. Lots more golf left. Chantal on 3, little forehand out of the woods. Puts herself to about 25 feet. Maybe a little shorter. And now Finley for birdie from about 55.
Just short. As you mentioned, Holly has such good range with that spin putt. Right on line, just a little low.
Now Badinsky for par. Yeah. JK, let's fly number 2.
Hole 2, 310 feet. This is a par 3. This wooded hole bends to the left after the big slanted tree that you can see on the left there, but you need not to go too far left because the basket is, it's just such a subtle turn, but you have to turn enough that you skip the trees. You can see 4 trees right on the right. It's kind of hard to get very close to this basket, but you can see that the trees are sparse enough that pretty much wherever you end up out here, you will have a line to the basket. You might have to curve it around the trees, but you should be able to get close to the basket on your second shot.
Really nice hyzer angle, not allowing a stock shot. And that's going to be a tough scramble for Melinda. Ooh, Raven going a little flippier.
Beautifully done.
Thank you.
She's got the power to throw something that's a little bit less, has a little bit less speed. Makes it turn a little bit more.
You look at this angle off the tee, you have to get it moving left right away. There's not a lot of room to actually push forward and let that disc naturally fade.
I actually anticipated that Ellen would be throwing a sidearm here because she could get that turn quick and then it would gently fade back to the basket.
Tough roll bounce left. That's still going to be a ways to go. Just getting the kinks out. I mean, it's interesting how many young, talented players we have and how quickly you can jump on these camera cards still in the phase where our sport is. So this is just great, you know, I guess exposure, you could say.
And experience. Such good experience for a young player.
Yeah, it's going to be a bright future I can already see just from the way the disc is coming out of her hand. Very impressive. Now up ahead to 4. Badinsky yet again, 680-foot par 4.
She's found herself in the small trees on the left, which will obstruct her second shot.
Melinda on the right side, throwing her second. And that was a tough scramble. Don't think she has any easier. Maybe just a little shorter on that third. Now, Finley up ahead on 4.
Beautiful. Taking the right gap. The right gap probably a little easier to hit, but it is a little bit more dangerous as the OB on the right comes into play quickly.
Now middling on that left side, going forehand again.
Wow.
Beautiful. And this is a slower disc. I mean, showcasing some finesse with the forehand already. Apton, third shot, sticks it to about 28 feet. And rapid fire up ahead now, Sandy Hendel on 4. It is interesting, JK. There is OB on that left side, but yeah, those skinny trees, those little saplings are framing up some pockets, almost bunkers you could call them.
Exactly. The ideal shot when I was standing on the tee, I thought was in between the two groupings of trees. I was not brave enough to go hyzer around on the right side that Holly did.
Well, Sandy is in a decent spot after clipping one of those saplings, and now back. Ellen sizing up her options. Again, this is a winner at Idlewild. She has the craftiness and resourcefulness to score on these types of holes. That's not too shabby there for Ellen.
There's a blue one right here. Oh.
And now up ahead, Sandy again. Found decent positioning. And another position play there on the second. Still a ways to go.
She should have a wide open look at the basket from there.
This Parma course kind of weaves in and out of the woods. You have kind of the best of all three styles of golf, really. You have that links style with the open air and the wind. You have the park style with the staggered mature trees. And now real East Coast style disc golf as well on hole number 2.
There is OB behind and left of the basket, and unfortunately, Raven has crossed that line. The OB behind the green is 20 feet from the pin, maybe 25 behind and 20 left, so it's pretty close.
Roped OB in woods golf, that's tough. It's one of the tougher styles to have to play. Now Melinda, this is for 4. And a tough start so far. Gonna be a tap-in double now. Ellen. 20-footer for par.
Well done to get that in there. It wasn't that far, but she had a very unconventional stance because of the mud right behind her mini there. And off she goes to number 3. And so far what we've seen is just the little things already. These little micro mistakes kind of piling up. Raven's going to tap in for bogey from about 15. And they jump out to the open after they tap out here. Eliezer looking to make a nice, clean stroke. Gets the par. And off we go to number 3. Now, Badinsky, like we said, in one of these little bunkers of trees. Got to get creative here. Good
Well
power
done.
out of there.
Yeah, great positioning. Yeah, even Holly being a little off center. Has to work a little harder.
That is fine.
And take a look at some scores. Badinsky, 1 under par through 3. And kind of a log jam. 3rd place, 1 over par, but still so much golf left to play. Sometimes looking at these leaderboards so early on, you don't want to say anything or speculate too soon because number one, a lot of these players coming here that are on tour might have not seen this place. They might still be learning, over the course of 3 rounds here. Okay, Badinsky needs to stick this to stay under par, and she will. Bullseye. What do you see here on this Zuka replay from the standstill?
Very good idea of how much power she needs, how much speed on the arm, and how much she needs to pull through. That was very well done. I really like it when players have that control and do the standstill shot, taking more variables out of it.
It's going to work very well with these conditions being so muddy. Now Widboom on 3. Throwing backhand more than I'm used to seeing her throw. Notice that at Ledgestone I followed her card a little bit. Balancing the game out. A little spray from middling, hoping that checks up.
She will have a line at the basket from there.
Saw the shoulder dip. Disc fading off left. That's going to be a tough spot to scramble from.
This is an example of the rough being very rough on this course. The left-hand side, very punishing.
Ooh, and gets the nice turn. Okay. Clips something, falls a little bit short, but a putt for birdie nonetheless for Raven. And now up ahead to Sandy Hendel, her third.
Hold that over a little bit, just outside of circle one.
And of course, we're going to see a putt from 100 feet here from Holly Finley. Wow. That's going to be easy tap in there for Holly. Easy par. And we're taking a look here at Melinda off on that left side. I do like that the left side was left OB free, so to speak, to let the players scramble and I guess get punished in a different way for missing.
Throwing a little roller out of the woods there. Had that water not been there, she might have gotten another 10 or 15 feet on that.
Well, hopefully it floats forward, gives her a little bit better lie. Sandy almost dropping in. The 35-footer not going to fall. And back to Ellen on that edge.
Brian, I agree with your assessment that it's nice to have the natural OB playable and having it give you the stroke the natural way. And I believe that most of the course does that when there is rough like this. There is not an OB line there. Most of the OB lines are between the open fairways to delineate the two fairways.
Yeah, and I love that. And, going back to D-Glow last week, hole number 3 with the big blackberry bushes, all down the right side. I'm okay with the OB kind of separating that part of the woods because of, number 1, the danger, and the number 2, pace of play. So woods like this is just perfect for letting the players scramble naturally. And a dinger from Ellen, no problem. Ellie Ezra kind of looked like she was going for kind of a hard hyzer flip and just kind of stood up on it in the last second.
Well, at 370, she definitely has the power to get to this one.
And just showing some nerves, just making some unforced errors. Forehand into the tree. Now she's got to hit a 30-footer. It's just that one extra breath.
Gotta love the commitment. I think I would have played it behind the water. I'm guessing that is casual relief.
Well, hopefully she wore her steel-toe boots this week because it's going to get muddy. And with that said, as we watch the players tap out, we are going to play through. You will not miss a thing. We'll see you soon.
So the slammer, it doesn't fly as far as the harp, but that's exactly what I designed it for. It was designed for me to be able to throw hard with the real severe angles, a lot of flex shots, and it's a unique spot in the bag. So that's why I think it's becoming so popular.
It's such a little change to the basket, but it makes such a significant difference.
Sometimes it's not, in a situation where you can get that extra reverb off the pole. I mean, I'm constantly having to putt like in a hotel room or indoors or out back late at night is my favorite time to actually putt.
I can putt this in the backyard at 11 o'clock at night and no one's gonna be mad at me.
Great Lakes Disc, located in Grand Rapids, Michigan, is a fully stocked retail disc golf store that fulfills all of your disc golf needs. We carry all of the major manufacturers, accessories, and offer player and event sponsorship, along with tournament payout assistance. To learn more about Great Lakes Disc, visit greatlakesdisc.com.
The Educational Disc Golf Experience is the leading nonprofit organization bringing disc golf to schools nationwide since 2003. EDGE provides age-appropriate discs, targets, and a classroom-linked curriculum which empower educators to teach the fundamentals of the sport. In EDGE's 20 years of existence, over 2 million youth have been introduced to this great lifetime activity. Be a part of the next chapter of disc golf. Support EDGE today.
And welcome back to hole number 5. Badinsky. Very placement-oriented par 4 here.
That is not the place.
Okay, now on 4. Players want to find that big stripe down the middle with no skinny trees obstructing your next shot.
That's close. She's in front of that little grouping. She might have a good window.
Now Klein.
She got a little lucky there. She is in a great position.
Sometimes you get blessed. That was a nice shot. Nice result, I guess.
Skimming that right side. Wanting it to fall back left.
Yeah, and I think for her power level, that'll be great. 405 feet on a Stahlheiser there.
Very nice. That is right in the middle, right where you want to be.
And now up ahead to 5, Holly Finley. That's a great rip. Right down the middle.
And that's a good position too. So this hole turns to the left, but you don't want to be on the left side because it takes away the angle.
And that's tricky with that kind of pocket of trees on that right side. You don't want to hit as well.
Exactly.
Sandy needed a roll bounce. She got a roll bounce. Right back to the middle. And like you said, angle is not going to be great. But still safe now. Ellen, still a ways to go.
Beautiful shot. Right up the gut.
I want to throw it down to Nate Perkins. Nate, you measured that drive from Eliezer at 4:05 and didn't look like she got all of it. I know she's had kind of a tough start, but what have you been seeing from her, at least physically?
Well, sometimes, Brian, when you watch someone throw a disc, you know that they just have it, and she absolutely has it. The way that she wraps around the disc, it kind of reminds me of an Ella Hansen pull-through, and that's probably one of the few players in this division that even throws further than her. She unleashes on the disc, and despite the tough start, Brian, her and her sister on the bag are just all smiles. They're having a good time. She realizes that, you know, the nerves got the best of her on that opening hole, and it's good to see her attitude.
And as we watch Hendel try to bend that lefty backhand on 5, I want to say I'm talking to some people that filmed her at Junior Worlds, and they say she's a huge Haley King fan. And if there's a player to model form after, I think Haley King's not too shabby. I think also getting the compliment of looking like Ella Hansen, not too bad either. And I think the golfing and scoring will come with time. I mean, she's done it at the juniors level, and now she's at the top, testing her stuff.
Well, I think that's just it. This is a test, and there shouldn't be any expectations, and it can be very freeing to be out there and playing without any expectations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think a player as young as her, we've been talking, about, players like Culver Dahl and Gannon Burr and MPO when they were coming up, and just seeing them play freely and just experiment, take chances, see what you can get away with at this level. And I think it's great to watch this kind of unfold here.
Missed the line, but still had enough power to go through those trees and nearly get up to, she's probably in circle 2, I would guess.
Slightly obstructed. Looks like the whole family loves throwing and playing disc golf. More and more Frisbee families starting to pop up with the kids finally growing up to ages to play in the Open Division. I think back to when I was 18 years old playing disc golf. I don't know if I would have been great in front of the cameras. I think it would have been definitely a scary thing. Now Widboom's third.
Very pretty shot. Great line. Just outside of bullseye. Oh, goodness. I'm starting to wonder if they are allowing casual relief from the puddles on the course with as many players as we've seen stand right in the middle of the water.
Yeah, I don't know. I think in a second I'd love to throw it down to Nate Perkins, but first let's watch Holly Finley from the middle of the fairway without having to stand in the water.
So the shot here is really to skip it around the corner. Maybe 200 feet forward and 50 to 60 feet to the left.
Okay. That's within range. Still not next to the basket, but that will definitely suffice. Now Melinda with a beautiful standstill putter. Oh, yeah. Klein with a little jump putt layup there. Tap in par. Kind of a tough lefty backhand here on
Very,
number
very
5.
tough on the lefty here. Yeah.
But Sandy manages. She's going to be within range. And now mid lane going for birdie from circle 2. Not going to fall. But a smile nonetheless. Par will suffice. Now Widboon for par. Yes. And a weak side miss for middling. And a birdie is now turning into a bogey. Playing on camera is definitely a vulnerable feeling.
Well, it's a skill that you need to learn, just like every other one.
Exactly. And now Badinsky out of frame, approaching up here on 5. No problem. Let's fly number 5, JK.
This is a fun hole. So this is 555 feet. It's a par 4. Players want to throw straight off the tee. The grouping of trees on the right is about 215 feet from the tee. The middle tree, which is hard to identify here, but the middle grouping of trees, they're about 335 feet from the tee. So if you can get anywhere close to those trees, you'll have a good chance, if you're right-handed, to get to the green, because it's going to take a low skipping shot around this corner here to get as far back as this green is. This is a very tough angle for a lefty backhanded player.
Well, I appreciate you letting me know. I'm glad I'm not out there playing it, but it's a tough hole nonetheless. And now here's Finley just throwing a layup. Playing some smart golf, lowering the stress levels. And now Badinsky for par. Nice, simple spin putt drops in the basket for par. She is still 1 under and still your leader. All right, back on 5. Widboom.
She can work with that.
On the edge.
Red flag there for Raven. Burn that over just a bit too far right.
When she brings that back in bounds, I'm not sure she's going to be behind that grouping of trees. Hopefully she'll have that opening.
It's a nice hyzer flip from Melinda. That's got to stay right, and she's going to have either a forehand or a forehand roller from that position.
It's going to make it very difficult to have a birdie from there.
Yeah, that's one way to do it.
Unbelievable power.
Getting sympathy claps from the crowd.
What a fun player to watch.
That's so good. Yeah, but it's quite cool.
Getting some life lessons from the card mates. Shake it off. We got to see this drive again. We love good biomechanics when we see it, so we'll jump back and take a look at the speed coming out of her hand.
Truly amazing. Very impressive.
What I like is, yeah, it's just the body positioning just looks balanced and everything is working together. It's the timing. And I think over time, and you can probably attest to this, you know, the touch and finesse and the control, you can't really have perfect form to do that. It's just kind of experience, right?
Yeah, I definitely think that it's easier to dial in the touch with distance than it is to get distance after you have touch.
Yeah, at a certain point, you know, I think it's just kind of coming into yourself. I mean, she's probably still growing, you know. Just won the junior championship this year, U18 division. I mean, lots to learn. Not going to fall there for Raven. She's going to hit an early tree. Still about 200 feet to the basket from there. And up ahead to your leader.
That's all you need.
So far, everything out of her hand has looked good. Now Finley just got to stick this one in bounds.
Also good placement.
It's going to be a hard skip shot around the corner.
Good distance, quite a bit on the outside, on the right side, so it's going to be a long putt, but Ellen is known for her long putting.
Yeah, just another player kind of similar to Holly Finley with that powerful spin putt. Hendel on 6. The tee shot on 6 is not necessarily the hardest part.
No, it really isn't. And if you want to air on 6, you want to air to the left-hand side because it then clears a line of trees that would otherwise block your approach to the basket.
Melinda on the right side. I think forehand roller, if you have it, is great. She threw a great one on a previous hole.
Looks like that's what she's going to go with again. Same disc even.
I am here for it. Not enough juice to get up to the circle 1, but still look at the basket nonetheless.
I think that's exactly what she had in mind. I don't think she was trying to bite off too much there.
Yeah, just simplicity. Oh yeah, I think there was a lot more in the tank she could have given it, but I think control is definitely the goal there. Raven, after hitting early, needs to get left now. Long circle 2 look now for Klein. And now Sandy's second up ahead on 6.
Just outside of circle 1. Nice approach by Holly.
Yeah, so these are the moments that Eliezra can get that touchback. Beautiful approach from a standstill. Melinda up and down. Chantel, standstill forehand.
Faded out a little early. She's also got an edge of the circle 1 putt. Ellen Lane up for her par. Raven is under the basket for a double bogey. Klein in the basket for double bogey. That is a birdie for Eliezra. It's surprising for me to see this whole birdie. This is not an easy hole to get a par on because of the low clearance and the turn. So being able to drive as far as she can, really an advantage on this hole.
Well, it's a nice bounce back from the beginning. Still has a smile on her face. Lots of golf left to play. Now up ahead on 6, Sandy Hendel. This is for her birdie from about 30 feet.
Solid.
And that was a spicy putt into the basket for birdie. 38-footer. That's going to be your spicy shot of the day, brought to you by the Halal guys. Now Badinsky. And that's not going to fall, unfortunately. And just a quick score check-in. Chantel Badinsky is still 1 under par. Leading the way, no one going too far under yet. Now, Juliana, when you played this course and kind of studied it, do you feel like the front nine has any tougher scoring opportunities in the back, or do you feel like it's pretty consistent?
I think it's pretty consistent. I'm going to say that because there's the good variety in the mixing of the open holes and the wooded holes. And I'm also going to say it because I don't remember the numbers well enough to tell you which ones are on the front and which ones are on the back.
And Holly is going to tap in a birdie. It's going to put her at 1 over par, right in the mix. Oh boy. And what was once a birdie look is now a tap in for bogey. The stroke looked so confident up until that one.
I don't know if she just took that for granted. It almost looked like she looked away before she released.
Middling on 6.
Very low out of her hand, but she is still plenty far up the fairway that she can attempt for a birdie. This is a par 4.
Now Widboom. Oh yeah, nice and controlled. That should be no problem there. Apton fading off a little bit to the left, but still decent angle. If you are pinched off right, just like you said earlier, Juliana, it's not an easy up and down.
Very nice shot.
Up ahead to 7, Holly Finley. This is a tough angle on this par 3.
There is OB on both the left and right. Holly is safe. This is a scary shot to go for. I simply lay up to the just barely going around the corner here.
It's hard to bend a corner and then have a tree standing right in the middle of the fairway waiting for you. Looks like that's exactly what Sandy Hendel is trying to do. Green flag, she is safe. And that's a nice angle for the lefty. You have to bend the corner so hard, but then flatten at the end. It's a really tough, subtle flex shot.
Well, then also you lose elevation once you get past the corner, too.
Badinsky is going to be very pleased to see that result around the corner. I don't think she truly knows how good that was.
That was an aggressive line. Impressed.
Middling playing fast. This is the throw we just missed. Just a snap. 35-footer for birdie. Linda Apton. Yet another solid approach shot up to the basket. Would love to see if some of our power players in the FPO division can get there with a roller or something like that. I would love to see someone get real aggressive with it.
The line is decent for a roller.
That's just us being greedy as commentators, wanting to see wanting to see it. And a beautiful forehand there for Widboom. She's going to be 20 feet away for birdie. Now Klein, little forehand.
Flatten that out too much, finding the rough on the left-hand side. She'll be about the edge of circle 1.
It is the 50th year of the American Flying Disc Open. In 1974, again, not even using pole hole targets. And now here we are up ahead. And Holly, no problem. Long jumper. That's going to be some work for Sandy. Unforced error there. She's going to have a circle 2 look now. Nate, I want to talk and throw it down to you. There's a lot of standing water out here on this course, and we've seen a lot of the players actually standing in it rather than taking relief. Is it casual? What's the ruling here on the water? Have you heard anything?
Yeah, I heard the players talking about it just a bit. I mean, it's definitely all casual, but at this point in the round, everybody is just completely saturated. I mean, everyone's playing with wet socks, so you might as well take the extra few feet and, yeah, not even opt to play for that relief.
Thank you, Nate. Eliezra releasing a solid putt, just clipping the strong side, but a much more confident stroke. And that's a weak side miss there for Klein. Kind of a tough spot. And this is for a Widboom birdie. Count it. That's going to bring her to a tie for the lead with 4 other competitors. Already shaping up to be a tight race. Now Melinda for birdie. And just a bit timid there. Juliana, in 1974, when this tournament first happened, this was the same year that the World Overall Championships were held at the Rose Bowl for the first time. That's how far back this has gone. And how
One of the most historic events for the birth of our sport. Also, in 74, at this event, there was only one woman in attendance, Jo Cahow, and she placed 27th out of 52 men.
And also, same year, Cahow also taking down the overall Frisbee Championships at the Rose Bowl alongside Victor Melafronte.
Last year, Jo was recognized by the World Disc Golf Hall of Fame and became an inductee last year.
Now up ahead, Badinsky.
Very good run. Just a little shy.
Let's take a look at that run again. Almost looked like a hologram basket. Just a hair short of the tray. A nice confident run. And now let's jump to number 7. Juliana, we just talked a little bit about it, but this is a very strange angle off the tee.
It is. So if you were not to go around the corner and you were just to go straight, you would find the OB line at about 200 feet. So it's a quick turn, but you can't turn too much because you can see the OB line comes into play very fast on the right-hand side. So the hole is 350 feet, sharp left to right turn off the tee. Then it's sharper than it looks, and then it fades out at the topography goes down towards the basket. It is protected on left and right side by these small trees. It is very dangerous to go for this green in one, though it is possible to get down there.
And now up on the green of 7, now Holly Finley. After a long downhill jump putt, she's going to tap in a par. She's only one off the lead as well. Looking forward to seeing where the separation does come from. It looks like there's going to be a bit of a logjam for a while. Badinsky still even par in the round. And Colleen McInnes also taps in now. Back to Ellen. And this is what you were talking about, just kind of a layup around the corner. Oh, no.
Flattened that out, threw it right into the OB.
Yeah, just stood up on it. Not sure if it stuck to the hand or what. Unforced error there. Now we're going to see Eliezra going for that hard turnover. A curious expression on her face after the drive. Didn't come out exactly how she planned. And it looks like she's going to find the out of bounds alongside of Melinda. It's just hard to bend that corner. You got to get the disc moving right very quickly.
Pretty flight to Ravens Drive there.
It was making me nervous.
And let's take a look at this drive from Eliezra that she didn't like very much. You could see she was trying to stand up on it just a hair more to get it to turn. Yeah, just that angle control. That will come with time. Chantel on 8. Standstill flick. This is only 255 feet.
Very significant uphill grade.
Yeah, that's roll-away potential if I've ever seen it. Ooh, and Holly going to go aggressive, attacking it with that backhand. Still within range. Nate, talk about hole number 7. It looks like our feature card had really struggled on these tee shots.
Yeah, this is just a daunting par 3. It's only 350 feet, but because of the OB early left and as well as early right, it just forces you into this one specific backhand S-turning shape, and yeah, a couple of early releases there, and you're throwing 3 from just a couple hundred feet off the tee.
also tough to throw forehand when it's just been wet all day. Sometimes you can almost dry the disc off too much, and it's sticky. All the oils and whatnot are off the disc, and while it might feel better with the backhand, forehand is tough, and we could speculate that that might have happened to Ellen there. Tough shot for Apton.
She does get the green flag, so thankfully that kick did not throw her back in the out of bounds on the left-hand side.
I think we all felt that one. Feels good to have it stay safe.
This does not match.
It does not match the green flag.
The green flag that we saw. Unless that was her first. That was probably the drive off of the tee that she just picked up there.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
You could take it a meter in, but I think if you went back, you'd be out of bounds. But you can take it on a radius. Yeah. And then yeah, it's back from where we keep pushing it. She just doesn't have space. Yeah.
Sandy Handel on 8, number 2. Coming in with steep hyzer, but sticks in the tall grass, no problem. So this is the shot that we just missed. And just too much cut angle. That's going to roll out of bounds.
The tighter the OB, the lower I want to throw. Too much possibility of getting a bad kick.
And now Melinda. That was her 4th, just inside circle 1. Yeah, it's almost like those little lessons in course management come after you learn the hard way. I feel like sometimes I equate it to Lego building. Some people like to throw the instructions out and start building, and some people like to take their time and figure out what to do first, but some people just trial by fire. And, you know, as I heard from a couple people, Eliezer is a big Haley King fan who is the ultimate trial by fire competitor. Now Widboom. Little putter forehand here.
Probably not as close as she would have hoped, but she will have an opportunity at the basket there.
Okay. And amongst the chaos, Raven's just going to get up and down and be putting for par from circle 1. Now Finley up ahead. Off the band with authority. Par look from 15. Now Chantel for birdie. And sticks. It is a weighted coin toss if you hit the ground with any sort of angle on a green like this. And Holly's par is going to stick. She remains at 1 over par. Just 1 off the lead. Nobody under par yet. The course playing quite challenging for this FPO field now. Eliezer just happy to take a short putt after another tough hole. Widboom now putting for double bogey. Not gonna
Ellen
fall.
forced to put a little touch on that as the OB line does come into play behind the basket if she were to do a hard spin putt and miss everything.
And Melinda also. Weak side. Still about a 10-15 footer there. Course is playing tough.
It's a better looking shot from Melinda.
And a nice stress-free par there for Raven Klein. Wow. And number 7 playing extremely difficult for the field. Multiple triple bogeys. Jumping ahead to 9. Low ceiling, 335.
The land slopes up a little bit, making that low ceiling even more damaging, I guess. Small window to throw in.
Is there really only one window? Is there one route that'll get you to the basket?
I like the straight route. There is a hyzer as well, but you're probably not going to get close to the basket taking that hyzer route.
Now Badinsky off to the right side. That's just going to be outside circle 2. Now let's see what the lefty has up her sleeve. I'm eyeing that whole left side. There could be a route there. A little inside flex. Not going to swing back to the right in time. And just another score check-in. What was once 4 players at even par, now down to 3. Stefanovic, Clay, Badinsky, all about at the halfway point in their first round. Juliana, it's just interesting to think about. This tournament started in 1974, but the first permanent course in Rochester did not hit the ground until 1989. Just fascinating to see the grassroots movement here in this area that's just been so strong for so many years. And if you are just tuning in now on YouTube, we have to thank Great Lakes Disc for their coverage of this event here. Round 1 brought to you by Great Lakes Disc, and you can save 15% off your order with them with their code DGPT. That is greatlakesdisc.com. The deal is live now through Thursday the 31st. Now Klein. Backhand on 8.
You do not want to be on the right side. Makes it very hard to approach the pin with that angle.
And really, I mean, it feels like the base of the hill is good enough.
Absolutely. I consider this a straight shot.
Oh, barely safe, just by a foot. It's going to be a 35-40 footer for birdie. Middling long turnover, sticks next to the basket.
Not the last one.
And there's a birdie putt. Apton going inside. Well, if you're 10 feet away for birdie, I guess you should patent it. Eliezer sticking the turnover here next to the green. If you want to patent that, go to Sunstein, a great longtime partner of the Disc Golf Pro Tour. That's going to be your patent pending play of the day. Now Raven Klein in kind of a tricky spot. It's hard to throw that backhand Anheuser into a slope. Yeah. Just fine. Raven said she really likes it out here. She said she can see how much work the volunteers have put in to make this course what it is right now. Now handle. 30-footer there.
It really is a beautiful piece of property.
Yeah, they laid 28 new tee pads out here, which is quite the undertaking if you've ever done something like this before. Oh, talk about this difficulty, Juliana. The slope.
Oh my goodness. So I was expecting something a little bit more floaty, which would be very dangerous coming in on that side hill, but she did have a straight approach shot at it, and she played that very, very nicely, slow enough that it didn't rebound off the land behind the basket.
And now up ahead, Holly Finley. Just another 100-foot spin putt, no problem. That is a weapon. And yeah, just matching the slope of the hill with a backhand hyzer, it feels so counterintuitive to do that, but sometimes that's the best option. Now Widboom for a long birdie.
Oh, don't do it. Ooh.
The terrain feeling a bit generous.
As you can see, it is even more steep behind the basket. So if you go any bit long, the disc is probably not going to stay back there.
Now Klein for par. And that's going to be a tap-in bogey for Raven. We've seen a couple short misses for middling so far. Just needs to take that extra breath, take that extra second. Yes.
That was a nice looking putt.
I saw her hold the follow through for an extra second, just trying to get a good stroke off. So you can tell the disc comes out of her hand nice when she puts force behind it. We can only hope that this tournament does not get any more rain. This green on number 8 is going to be impossible to get up. If any more mud presents itself, they will move on to number 9. And Chantal Bodinsky, second on 9, long look.
This is another one of those holes that it's very hard to get close to. And then you have that approach shot leading for a potential par. So this is 335 feet. It's a par 3. Those two trees on the left that make kind of a teepee, those are only 200 feet from the tee pad, but it plays a lot longer because it is slightly uphill and you have a low ceiling, which forces you to throw a little bit lower. So it's easy to throw it into the ground. You can see that the land then slopes down towards the basket. There is OB behind it. It shouldn't come into play.
And Sandy knocks down the par. Tied for 4th place, still one over. Uphill, low ceiling. Not a great combo. Tough. Going for the big hyzer route, doesn't quite get it. I like the try. Now Widboom going forehand. Oh, forehand roller.
Interesting. Looks like that hit that grouping of trees did not get very far down the fairway.
I mean, not a bad way to combat the low ceiling. Apton. Gonna hit that ceiling. Tough green. Not easy to access.
Yeah, that's easy to do. So on paper, at 335 feet, this looks like it should be an easy birdie opportunity, but it really is not, because as we just saw how hard it is to get the right height off of the tee pad here.
I want to throw it down to Nate Perkins. Nate, talk about this hole. Is the ceiling even lower than the cameras do it justice?
Yeah, the ceiling's definitely difficult, and I noticed that they were kind of struggling with these slick tee pads. I think the operations team here did a great job clearing a lot of these off, but it's just been something that these players are struggling with, and we've seen a lot of early releases because of that.
I mean, we've seen the operations team of the Disc Golf Pro Tour tirelessly work over the past season and past, numerous seasons, but blowtorching tee pads, doing anything we can to keep them in good condition. But when it's muddy and rainy and players are traipsing mud all over the place, it's almost like, what can you do at this point? Finley on 10. And looks like she's going to find the out of bounds, unfortunately.
Oh my god.
Said she was going to a fan grip there. Put it to about 30, 33 feet. Now Badinsky.
Finds the green. The basket is only 15, 20 feet past the water here.
Apton a little low in the approach. Still work to do.
I think there's a little bit too much respect for that downgrade towards the OB behind the basket.
Now Widboom got to float this one. Okay. That is just fine. And Sandy is just going to play some golf, and she's going to stick one up there and throw something very similar up to the basket. Talking about losing a disc in practice and not wanting to lose another one. Okay. Long look for middling. 38, 40 feet. Not going to fall. Klein's par look just timid on the weak side. That's going to be another tap-in bogey. Just a layup for Apton. Just stop the bleeding. Wondering who is going to press. Ellen with an opportunity.
Solid looking putt for Ellen there.
Middling with a bit of work left to do after that powerful circle 2 putt. Very well done. It's going to be a bogey for Raven. And now Sandy after the layup. Trying to dunk one in. Let's take a look at this again. Little lefty hyzer. I thought that was tracking the whole way off the top. And with that said, we are going to toss to a quick commercial break here on the Disc Golf Network. We will see you soon.
Are you sick and tired of browsing through countless online stores for your disc golf equipment only to come up empty-handed? Look no farther. At Tintin Discs, we have a vast selection with pictures of each disc so you can find the exact one you need. We offer a wide variety of top quality brands at affordable prices, including discs, bags, accessories, and much more.
All the scoring that we do in our sport now is all digital. Having some sort of backup power source is going to be really important. You feel that it's a good quality product. And having a stash pack that holds the cable that connects to any device, it just works. And so that's why this thing really works for me.
Many fans who earned this shit.
Great Lakes Disc, located in Grand Rapids, Michigan, is a fully stocked retail disc golf store that fulfills all of your disc golf needs. We carry all of the major manufacturers, accessories, and offer player and event sponsorship, along with tournament payout assistance. To learn more about Great Lakes Disc, visit greatlakesdisc.com.
And welcome back. And Sandy is going to tap in a 4 after unfortunately hitting metal and going out of bounds. Unfortunate series of events. Colleen now. Also a bogey. And Holly also will be getting a bogey. Badinsky grabbing a birdie on number 10 and moving into the solo lead, 1 under par. And now back at the tee of 10, Widboom says, no thank you. What did you think about this when you played this hole?
It's a cute little hole. There's a little bit of a gap off the fairway, which kind of makes you think about whether you're going to be allowed to throw the line that you really want to throw. Now, Eliezer here needs to worry about the OB long. She easily has enough power to go long of the basket here.
That's got a spike. And Spotter going to go take a look. I believe she is going to get that red flag. Yes. Apton also going easy approach there.
The second shot is not all that easy because the green is still very small from right in front of it there, and the basket is less than 20 feet from water's edge with OB 30 feet behind it.
I mean, it averaged a 3.5 today up until this card, so players really not wanting anything to do with this green. But someone who did, Chantel, your current leader, now up ahead.
Wow. Backdoor.
Just a little request. Please get right of the tree and park the basket. Nice shot.
Wow.
Let's see that one again. Really, when you're playing a hole this tight, anything goes. It's nice to have a relationship with a disc like that. What a shot. And that could be another birdie. And there could be the separation we're starting to see now. Sandy. That's not going to happen there. Back to the fairway of 10, Apton. Oh, yeah. And Ellen is going to be bullseye, tap in 3. Got the job done there. Yep. No problem for Klein. Another par tap in. Hole 10 only getting birdied twice today. And now up to 11. Sandy needs to get up and down here. And a chance.
Sandy's been putting very well today, so I'd say that good likelihood that that'll be in the basket.
Bit of a reverse stretch out backhand here for Holly.
Finds a tree, finds short side of circle 2 there.
Okay, middling for par. There is a confident putting stroke. Beautiful.
Looks like she's finally able to shake off some of those nerves and her true game is coming out.
problem there. Taking strokes in the field with that 3. Okay. Players getting over the daunting 10, and now they move on to 11. Let's take another look at this beautiful putt. Nicely done. A sigh of relief. Finally, one feels good. I'm back on the horse. Let's fly number 11, Juliana.
Sure, this is a 300-foot par 3, very wooded hole. The largest tree that you can see in the middle of the fairway right there, that is about 150 feet off of the tee, and the gap right there is 10 feet wide. So the most obvious route is straight, though we just saw Chantel very successfully go to the right of that tree and put it right under the pin.
Yeah, it feels like almost that lefty backhand that Sandy was throwing on this is kind of an optimal line, getting the turn initially left and getting the straighten out at the end. Interested to see if we see Ellen Widboom going with that forehand flex. Just another very technical par 3 right around the 300-foot mark. And I am all for it. First, Finley.
Beautiful long putt by Holly.
I want to see this again. This is just a nasty spin putt. No wobble whatsoever. Nice putt. She does some putting clinics around the Charlotte area in the off season. If you want to learn how to spin putt a million feet, I would definitely attend.
She will do that same putt from a sitting position when needed.
And that is just good wrist isolation. Hendel not connecting, unfortunately. Now Colleen. You can hear the rain coming down. It's been a colorful scorecard for McInnes so far, but plenty of golf left to play on this first round. And here we go. Badinsky now goes to 2 under. Your leader. You just have to point, Juliana. You just have to point the direction your discs are supposed to go. That's finally something we picked up that can improve all of our games. And as those players move up to the next hole, we now see our lead card, or our feature card, stepping up to the tee. And this line is the Ellen Widboom bread and butter if she goes with this forehand. Oh yeah. Not enough turn on that one, bleeding off to the right side. Little hairy back there. Nice little kick back to the middle of the fairway. Not going to work there for Apton as well. Tough shape for that righty backhand. Kind of needs to be almost corkscrewing up from hyzer flip the whole way.
And also, if there's any insecurity about slipping on the tee pad, that is going to affect the line out of your hand.
And Raven's going to get a nasty roll bounce right. Still a lot of work left to do. Up ahead, Chantel on 12. Not too shabby. Take a look at this reaction cam. It's just the body English, Julian. It's easy as that. You want to stick more fairways.
That's a pretty line on the hyzer side. This basket is very protected. It is hard to get close to it. And even when you do get close to it, there are 9 trees that are just outside of the bullseye that you still have to manipulate around.
Sandy trying to match the line. Holly through and gets the skip. Well done. Birdie putt for Sandy. Take a quick look at the scoreboard. Badinsky now up 2 on Stefanovic. Caitlin Clay right behind, and now we're starting to finally see those scores separate. And yeah, the course is hard if you didn't pick this up already. Take a deep dive into the player chasing Badinsky. Hannah Stefanovic, clean living so far, just a tough bogey on 2 and birdie on 6, and it's been pars throughout. Are we going to see more players pressing and grabbing more blue on their scorecard, or is it just a testament to how this course is laid out?
A lot of the pars are, the distances are just out of reach. Here with 300 feet, clearly not out of reach, but through these trees, making it very difficult to get close to. So the wooded holes, tight and difficult to get on the line. The long holes, just a little bit too long to be there for a birdie.
I kind of noticed the same thing. These technical wood shots are really hard, and even if you throw a decent line, you could kick something late. Now Chantel trying to get out of the woods there, and that's going to give her a circle 2 look for par. They are definitely deviously designed wooded holes, not letting you get away with anything too stock. And Raven is just going to get up and down there from short range. Nate Perkins, I want to throw it down to you. I asked you the same question. What have you seen so far from this course? It looks like it's been playing really difficult just based on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's a really tough, I would describe it as a technical course. And like you guys have been saying in the booth, it's just that healthy balance of, you know, kind of link style par out in the open, and then packing the woods. I mean, normally players like to get back into the woods, but here on a
Yeah, I'd have to agree. All of these wooded shots look very intentionally designed, making you throw a very specific shape. And now Badinsky for par from 50, 60 feet. Not going to fall. Widboom through the woods. Almost dunks one from 65. And Ellie missing another putt from circle 1.
She was low on that putt, but it looked good out of her hands. Good strength, good timing.
Miss there for Apton. I was going to say the same thing about Midling's putt. I mean, we're seeing moments of brilliance from the young player. When the putt does come out of her hand clean, the stroke looks elite. The stroke looks like it has lots of distance and intention. And I think it's just, yeah, like you said, just the experience. You have to put yourself here. You have to be on camera. You have to play in front of people who paid to come here to watch you. Over time, that stops becoming a novelty, and it's just kind of the reality you play in. So excited to see how her game evolves over time. Well, the politeness is there, grabbing the disc out of the basket for Ellen, and we will move on to the next hole. Jumping ahead to Holly Finley.
Holly was forced to put some turn on that disc through those trees. Not able to connect.
Sandy Hendel on the strong side. And if you are just now joining us on YouTube, we have to thank Great Lakes Disc for providing this free YouTube coverage for you. And as a thanks, you can go to greatlakesdisc.com and save 15% on your order with them with the code DGPT. It is still valid through Thursday, August 31st. Much thanks to Great Lakes Disc. Some sort of secret snack? Ooh, it could be a Go-Go Squeeze applesauce. Underrated. She's ready to go.
Auto save. Circle one. You've got them all memorized?
Not quite. Fairway?
Looks like spirits are high out here. And umbrellas are getting wrapped up. We're seeing a little brightness out there. Weather looking to shape up. And let's fly the 12th. Juliana, it's kind of a tight angle off to the left.
So this is a 295-foot par 3. And if you look at the caddy book on the overview, it looks like it's a turnover shot. But there is a much better, in my opinion, hyzer approach that just has to get by the trees on the left-hand side and then hopefully get lucky when you get close to the green, because there are a lot of protector trees. And when you get very close to the green right here, look at how many of these trees are even inside of the bullseye. So you're probably going to be left with some kind of a straddle putt, or as we saw Holly, turnover putt.
Seeing the hyzer from Ellen, and just one tree away from perfection, not going to fall.
Yet again, this is another hole where a par can be fairly attainable, but it's very, very hard to get up close to the basket for a birdie.
And Raven's drive looks a bit wide as well. It's kind of one of those push hyzer lines. You don't have a lot of room to swing it. Kind of have to jam your hips and hope the disc flips up. Oh, yeah. That's a little bit better there for Melinda. 40-footer for birdie. It's the little things. Celebrating the fairway hit. Stress low. Now McInnes up ahead. And And that's a smash out to the middle. Finley trying to get a full flight out of this one. And Sandy finding the other side of the fairway. Nice generous green space to land.
Nice distance and good placement. She's far enough away from the left-hand side that she should be able to find a good angle towards the basket, which is tucked into the rough on the left.
Another opportunity to continue her lead. And now Ellen Widboom not in a favorable spot. Still quite a bit of work to do here. Middling from the middle of the fairway. Likely a good kick. 20-footer. It's funny, this tournament's been around so long, and like we said, they were playing in baskets, boxes almost on the ground, trying to mimic traditional golf. And then Ed Hedrick came around and said, I feel like these targets need to interrupt the natural flight of a disc. And we went from tone poles to now what we're playing on today. And I have to agree with them.
You know, Brian, it was the ground baskets and Stork's ingenuity that gave us the falling putt rule. So he was tall enough that if he was within 10 feet of the basket, he could fall forward, sacrificing his body, and dunk the disc into the basket, which he did with great success.
Reminds me of Wilt Chamberlain in the NBA, dunking his free throws or jumping past the free throw line and creating that rule, which again, I have to agree with. Holly Finley second.
The green is quite a ways back. It's probably close to 100 feet past that opening, maybe a little bit shorter than that. The willow tree on the left is a good indicator where your line is.
And now Widboom for a par save. Beautiful.
Great scramble by Ellen.
I love a good nose-up spin putt that drops nicely into the basket. Very well done. I mean, you use the word ingenuity, and it seems like all of the Frisbee players and disc golfers from that era pretty much had to use their ingenuity to continue evolving the game and growing it from a grassroots level. I mean, you hear the story of Jim Palmeri saying that his first time even picking up a Frisbee, he was making up games, and claims to have invented a form of double disc court that they used at the first American Flying Disc Open.
Oh, he is fully given the credit of inventing DDC, yes.
Just Goes to show you, I mean, we have a lot of great promoters now, but we had some phenomenal promoters that are literally still doing it today. Got inducted into the Hall of Fame in class of 93 with Ed Hedrick. And the man is still throwing to this day. Now Badinsky.
Still quite a ways to go to the pin.
Yeah, you weren't kidding. Please describe these shots here on 13. This is a tough shape.
It is. So the first shot, not so bad. You just want to get down far enough that you can be able to see the opening, which is probably 45 degrees to the left right here past these willow tree branches. The one thing that makes it really difficult is that those branches hang so low, so you really have to throw down, and all of these trees, the basket is just slightly to the right on a tiny little mound, and it's very difficult to navigate through these trees. So you will likely have one of those approach shots that we talked about earlier today, but thankfully there's not a lot of undergrowth in this area, so you should be able to shape something once you penetrate the opening here.
Well, we have a look at what a lefty will do here. Nice little backhand turnover, not too shabby. Ooh, and this does not necessarily look too fun here. Finley pinched up against that right side. Decent try, just got caught up in the canopy there. Really not much you can do from that position. This is Chantel's third. Surprise! Keeps a good sense of humor about it, and just gonna have to knock down the putt from distance. Let's take a look at Korver's keys for closing, brought to you by blackinkdisc.com.
So these specific keys are a little bit hole specific. We'll see when we get to the end. 16 and 18 are both island holes, and so you need to avoid the OB. Don't be a hero. Hole 17, probably the most punishing rough on a wooded hole that we have on this course, and it is fairly long, and there is a 90-degree turn in the middle of it. So if you get off the fairway, I think it best that you just try to get right back on and not try to make forward progress on that particular hole. And then 18 again, hit the gap. It's an island with field goal trees that you need to get through to be safe.
And those keys for closing brought to you by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store. Now Finley from range. Such touch on that one. Such a beautiful, safe run.
The mound that the basket is on is so small, it is almost not possible to land a disc on that mound.
You know, if a spin putter doesn't have speed control, I feel like it's a risky future for you. And I think it's great that Holly can really run those safe putts from C2 and also jam them in with confidence if she needs. McInnes almost dropping one from C2. And this is for par. A bogey here would still keep her in the lead by 1. And just off the top, that's going to be a bogey. Caitlin Clay from Troy, New York, just on her heels, +1 on the day. Widboom, short, but safe on 13.
That is a good position. She should have a nice line at the opening.
Oh, beautiful hyzer flip from Apton. That's going to be right in the middle of the fairway. Well done.
Bang. Perfect drive. Love that.
Looks like it's going to find a stable edge. And as I say that, ricocheted out of bounds. Sandy Hendel drops in the par from circle's edge. And she is still right in the hunt as well. Back-to-back birdies followed up by back-to-back bogeys. She is even par on the day. Can she close out round 1 in the lead? We will just have to find out. Okay, now Widboom. Almost takes the guessing work out of this, knowing that from back here, birdie is tough.
Very small chance of birdieing from back here because of the willow tree making that opening so much smaller.
And that's what I was going to ask. You know, what is the shape if she actually wants it?
It's too far back to do anything but really throw straight at it. I don't know what the look is there. I don't think it's good.
Yeah, it needs to be a bit more left.
Well, that's similar to what I was going to say to Eliezra's drive. If that had not hit the tree, that had so much power on it that I think it would have gone past the gap and potentially been a hard look for her to the pin.
Well, let's take a look at Midling's lie. She's been laughing the whole round. I love the attitude. I love just the ability to come out here and, you know, celebrate the good stuff. Don't sweat the bad stuff. And she's still walking up to her lie. From here, is it a opportunity for her to get up and down to save par?
I think it's conceivable, but I think it's going to be very challenging. She's going to have to... I believe she's pretty straight on with the gap. which is good. She's going to have to curve something a little bit. Well, she's going to have to go into the gap 40, 50 feet and then have it curve to the right if she wants to get very close to the pin.
Oh. Well, she threw it hard. And we will just have to see where she ends up.
You know, it's possible that the branches are sparse in that position and that there is an opening through there. I don't typically look up when I'm looking for my next shot, so it's very conceivable that I missed that as a potential way towards the pin.
Well, let's throw it down to Nate Perkins. Nate, you're on the ground. You just watched her set up the shot and fire it through the woods. What was her setup look like? Did you hear anything? And I think there might be a little bit of a signal issue down on the ground, but he mentioned to me briefly that she kind of walked up to her lie and giggled a bit and just kind of fired something into the woods to see what would happen. And you know what? I like that. I like that carefree nature. I think the more disciplined style of golfing and scoring will develop over time, but you can't play scared. And I think that's the first step. And I think I love that she's out here giving these shots a try. Up ahead, Chantal Badinsky, still your leader on 14.
Very good height coming out of that tunnel. Nice shot.
And Miss Frisbee's Chantal Badinsky is having a solid day out there on the course. It's been pretty much an all-around good day for her. Juliana, what have you seen?
I've really been impressed with her line out here. I mean, she was the only person to get, as far as I know, to get a birdie on hole 1 that we just saw. And she had the courage to go for the green right here. Good control of her angles and her line.
Yeah, she's throwing the driver really well, and obviously the body English is helping a little bit as well. Just another beautiful shot, sticking a bullseye. You know, when the woods are this tight, you take what you can get. It does not have to be pured, but she's handling the low times as well, very well. You know, she's missed a couple short putts. She's had some back-to-back bogeys, and then she steps up to the next tee pad and fires a great drive. So right now, these statistics are obviously leaning in her favor. Only second place in park jobs, though, Juliana. I don't know if she has what it takes. It's been a great day for Chantal. And now Ellen from a tough spot. Not terrible from where she was on the fairway. And now up ahead now, 14. Finley pulls that one just a bit off to the right.
The basket is actually off to the right, just behind that mound. But it's kind of in the shadow of the mound, so it's safer to go off to the left and around it.
Now Sandy.
Oh. She finds it. There is OB behind the basket. I think she's still safe.
And this is where the second shot from Ellie Ezra ended up. Wow.
Oh my goodness. Hook thumber through the woods, finds a tree close to the basket, and she's got a putt.
I am all for it. The thumber with the putter. Okay. Chantel is going forehand here. Gotta just slow this down once it crests the hill.
Excellent.
It's gonna be another look for birdie. Another great player from Canada. Also got a solid following on YouTube. Another just great content creator in the world of disc golf.
That was a pretty gentle approach at the basket there by Apton.
And now a long look for Raven. Ooh, just drops it short. Strong side miss. You know, I have to think. It looks like Ezra has a blast playing recreational rounds. I bet you see her empty her bag on a few shots and unleash some surprising shots.
Well, she's really taken advantage of the opportunity here to get to have this experience and play at this level, and I really hope that we continue to see her as time goes by.
Now Widboom for par. Just solid. Drops it in on the weak side. Solid speed. And Widboom is right in it. Still just 3 off the lead. I mean, you look at some of these scores coming in from the juniors players, you know, from the World Championships this year, and you know that the future is bright for the FPO division. Not only do we have Ezra, but we have many others that we've seen come up over the years. And that's going to be a tough triple bogey. Par save there for Raven. And Apton is going to tap in the par as well as they move on to number 14. Ooh, tough stance here. Holly Finley's third.
It might be okay that it hit that because it's hard to stay. Okay, here we go. At the beginning of the hole, 14, 445 feet. This is a par 4. Players throwing out this gap just need to land in the sunshine here. And it's harder than it looks because it's a little bit uphill and you do have low clearance. So it can be hard to get through there cleanly. Once you're out here in the short grass, you have 2 options. You can throw down the road on the left-hand side, or you can throw over the mound. The basket is protected by this mound. It is tucked up right behind it, and there is an OB line behind the basket that can come into play if you try to approach from the mound blindly.
It looks like you want to play around the outside. It's the safest look, but it's tough to actually stick a bullseye up there. You want to go up the middle, and now Finley does have a look. Almost.
Very hard to get the height right with such a severe downward angle.
It's casual. Just stick the mini down. Hopefully she can find it after she's done.
No, I'm okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Card mate, caddy. Why not both? Now Sandy from 35, 40 feet.
Yeah, I know. I feel like 20 pounds heavier in there.
Oh my goodness. Someone's got to start getting the buckets out. I want to throw it down to Nate Perkins if we have him. Nate, is the standing water out here as bad as we're seeing on camera?
Yeah, the standing water is definitely present, and we're kind of playing disc golf pretty much in a cloud, Brian. I mean, as I said before, we're just 10 miles from Lake Ontario, and most of the time it's not well received amongst the players, but with the rest of the country seemingly scorching, I feel like everyone seems to be enjoying it out here.
Well, you are not kidding, Nate. My hometown of Chicago, Illinois, record heat wave feels like 115 degrees. We heard from one of our producers. So not too shabby up here in the New England area. Guess we missed the floral memo today, Juliana. Might be rainy, but we got some bright colors on the feature card here. This is a tough tee shot. You want to set yourself up, hit the gap, get a little distance.
It's easy to throw low on this tee shot. You can't really tell that there's a little bit of an uphill grade, but there is.
Apton trying to turn over.
Nice little kiss off the tree there. Finds herself in the short grass out in the opening.
Yeah, that will do. We're going to take a look back at the Ellen Widboom drive that we did not see. And yeah, just early release there following or throwing the line that Raven followed quite literally afterwards. Now up ahead, Chantel. Last tree on that end gets caught up. Still straight, still in the middle. McInnes. Beautiful shot. Now Raven has a little bit of work to do here.
She'll have that same downhill putt that we just saw Holly take.
Hole average, 5th hardest on the day, coming up to this feature card, 4.58. 4, not too shabby here. But it looks like it's possible to get up and down. Oh, it's going to check up.
It's on the front side of that mound. She'll definitely have a chance for a birdie there.
Let's take a look at this little finesse forehand here. This came out with steep hyzer. Just maybe subtle, but gets a beautiful turn at the mid-flight.
Catches a tree at the end. If it didn't catch that tree, I think it would have been even closer to the basket.
Yeah, it was a beautiful shot. Kind of the Ellen Widboom special, the standstill finesse forehand.
What makes this hole more difficult is the fact that no matter where you are going to have a blind approach.
And Midling throws a beautiful forehand down to the green. Another opportunity to make a nice putt. Now up ahead, Badinsky on 15.
Basket.
And a nice little...
Yeah, the basket is way up there on that ridge in front of her. She's in a good position to approach.
Okay, Apton now. After a nice tee shot, she gets to go backhand putter. Oh, yeah.
Very pretty shot. Nice control.
It's a nice try.
Such an unusual angle to come at the basket from.
Almost feels like you have to just let go. Just let the disc do the rest of the work there. We're going to jump ahead live to Holly Finley. This is her second shot after a huge tee shot. It's a putt. A long one at that. Okay, and now a birdie opportunity for Ellen. Weak side.
Very nearly puts that in.
Just one more time on this Widboom putt. Just checked up hair early.
Yeah, a little bit too low there.
Would have been nice on the 5th hardest hole in the course. And now up ahead to Hendel, her third. That will do. You're safe, Sandy. Don't worry. Ellie Ezra now 25-footer.
Putt looks so much better than it did at the beginning of the round. Smooth, confident.
Yeah, good putt. Yeah.
Players tapping out, moving on. 1 under, still the mark to hit by this woman right here. Oh, yeah. It's going to be a tap-in par. Badinsky playing solid. Couple of players, Stefanovic, Clay, 1 over par. Widboom, 3 over. A little bit of a log jam at 4-5. Course is not playing easy right now. Now Finley from 60. Way uphill. Not going to fall, but an easy tap in there for Holly.
One of the nice things about this particular green is that the land flattens out behind the basket. So if you do go slightly long, you're not going to hit that wall of terrain that we had on the earlier elevated basket. So it is much less likely that you'll get a rollaway if you go a little long here.
Now, Colleen McGinnis just getting into position. Opportunity to drain one. A little bit obstructed. And not today. Not going to fall. Colleen still just at 4 over par. Still directly in the hunt. Just needs to put her foot on the gas and grab a few more birdies. McGinnis listed as Burlington, California, with the Canadian flag next to her name in UDisc. And Hendel knocks in the par.
I didn't trip.
Sorry, I believe I said California, which is not Canada. Just had myself thinking for a second. 3 Canadian players on this chase card. And a par tap in for Badinsky. All right, middling on 15. Advances a bit. Still safe.
Very nice line through those trees. Ellen finds herself in front of the trees, which is where you want to be.
A nice kiss off the tree there for Raven. She's right in the middle as well. Is there really any other line on this hole? I mean, I feel like that straight up the gut hyzer is the only way.
Well, also given the fact that we've got a meandering stream on the left that is OB and an OB line on the right as well, yeah, that most open line that you can see from the tee is the best route.
Well, let's take a look at the hole in more detail. Let's fly the 15th.
This is 540 feet. It is a par 4. Here we are looking at the most obvious route, and I think this is the one that everybody was trying for. You do have to kind of hyzer through here and get a little lucky at the end to get past these trees. Once you do so, the basket is on the mound to the right. It is a good close to 20 feet above the terrain of the rest of the fairway, and it can be hard to get up to that basket. The trees do come into play as you try to approach the pin, but as I mentioned before, it flattens out behind the basket, so if you can go just scooting up to from the front of the basket, if you can just scoot up to the basket, you don't need to worry about it catching an edge and rolling back down.
And OB directly behind the basket as well, just outside circle 1. Players also having to worry about that on this one. But step 1 is complete. A little bit of van talk. Middling. Another big grin. All right, Chantel.
It's our first island hole.
Okay, out of bounds. Door open for the players chasing. Now Findlay.
It's a little low. It's got to get over that wall. It does, and it hits the pin.
Perfection for Findlay. Let's take a look at this again. Just a nice standstill play. Beautiful late turn.
I was a little nervous that it wasn't going to get over that wall, but it does, and it doesn't have enough. In fact, it was the perfect height that it wasn't even going to go past the basket very far if it didn't hit the base of the basket.
And now back to 15. Widboom going forehand. Just going to the base of the hill. From the base of the hill, how far of a putt do you have at the basket?
From the base, probably 50 feet.
Now up ahead, Badinsky. Drop zone. That's likely going to be a 4. And now Colleen looking to match. No problem there. Simple approach there for Sandy, and now we go back to Raven Klein after a great drive. Her second. Kind of got pinched behind her mini, took a bit of a shorter approach than she wanted, or a shorter final step, and
Only one.
she's a little short.
Forward.
As saturated as the ground is, it will be hard to have a natural run up there. The mud is probably grabbing at your shoes as you're walking and running through it.
True. And now Midling going forehand. Man, you see her throw, and you see all of the pieces of the puzzle are there. And I think there's just a few missing to help her put the entire thing together. Just looking at the forehand, it's just... I see good form when I see it, and you have to point it out. She's a thrower. She's a great thrower of the disc, and the golfing will come. She has the disc part down.
On camera? No. Don't move. No jumping.
Maybe getting a little bit more comfortable on the camera. Maybe some stand-up comedy soon. Little spike forehand from Widboom. No problem there. Bullseye.
Hold on, I'm gonna... I mean, I wanted it to go in. But...
Widboom still currently 4th place solo. 3 over. A couple little mistakes along the way. I think there's a lot she could clean up to shoot 3 under the next day. Not a single player under par right now. This course playing tough, but I will say it seems like it's kind of calmed down weather-wise. Let's throw it down to Nate Perkins. Nate, it seems beautifully still out there.
Yeah, the whole day, the flags just really haven't been moving. I would say that it's prime scoring conditions outside of the footing, but it's definitely a warm welcome for the field to not be playing in windy conditions.
And we'll see how the course dries up over the next couple of days. Footing has absolutely been a problem for these players. And now Raven for birdie, edge of circle 1. Count it. Gorgeous putt. And she slides back down the hill. Nice work. It's going to bring Raven Klein to 4. Just a stroke off 4th place. Couple of par tap-ins up ahead on 16. Guinness is going to tap in a bogey. Chantel is going to go to even par with that bogey on 16. And Holly with a no-stress birdie on 16. She's going to be tied for 4th place now. Going into the 17th hole. And a quick check-in on the scores. Even par, still the mark to hit. JK, if even stays the number to hit, do you think players are going to change their game plans going into the next couple of days?
Quite possibly, yes. And play for par instead of worrying about birdies, just trying to keep it in bounds. If if they're a little bit more conservative off the tee, then we might see a little bit less of the orange hue on our UDisc scorecards.
And it can make the next couple of rounds very interesting. Players learning how to score out here, getting the experience, and now Raven up to 16.
Very nice drive. Had a good height that was able to get over the wall, kept it inbounds.
Little standstill forehand for Widboom. Oh, and she's safe by just a few inches. And Apton, get in.
Such a pretty shot right at the pin. Had a chance to hit the chains from the tee pad, just a little bit low.
We gotta take a look at that again. Melinda Apton. Oh, just give us the ace. Oh, just low on the weak side. And they walk up to the island green. Holly on 17.
Fantastic. It's extremely difficult wooded hole. Holly's right in the middle. Exactly what she wants.
Okay, now Chantel is clubbing down. Just needs it to be nice to her. That left side is tough. We'll just have to see where she ended up there. Not gonna fall for Raven. Some wild mushrooms growing on the tree next to the basket. Quite a few touring disc golfers forage for mushrooms, and you can find all sorts of different edible delights out there. Lion's mane, oyster, chicken of the woods. And a beautiful forehand there. Nicely done. Okay. Ellen gets to take her meter off the line. And now a circle one putt for birdie. And there she goes. Solo fourth now. 2 over. Just 2 off the lead. Eliezer not going to capitalize and grab the birdie there. Another strong miss. Well done. Birdie for Melinda, and now middling, short putt for par. And a bogey for Klein, moving into number 17. And with that, we will be back in just a few. We're going to take a quick commercial break here on the Disc Golf Network.
I'm asked all the time, why do you play disc golf so much? The best answer I can think about is, there's just something about disc golf. You might think it's just like any other sport, but I can promise you this is not the case. Disc golf is the walking nature, the closing of your computer, the discipline that it requires, that sound of those chains. I don't know what it is. The whole world should have the opportunity to try it. Let's grow the sport.
In the world of disc golf, where precision becomes artistry, a legend has gracefully stood the test of time. Introducing the 20th Anniversary Edition Buzz, a celebration of 2 decades of unwavering excellence, a testament to the very spirit of the game. For 20 years, the Buzz has transcended its form, evolving into an extension of your willpower. Join us as we celebrate 2 decades of camaraderie, spirited competition, and the exhilaration of every throw.
Welcome back. Our lead card is about to play hole 17. So let's take a look at 17. This is 665 feet. It is a par 5. The first shot throws through this tunnel. There is an upward slope and it needs to find its way safely through these trees. Ideally, it will end up on the fairway in between these trees. The left and the right side, very, very punishing. Very hard to make any kind of forward progress if you find yourself off the fairway. At the elbow, this hole bends to the left nearly 45 degrees, and then you have another 305 feet to the pin, and you throw a little bit over this valley, the basket protected by that lone tree. This is a very challenging hole.
I mean, this is just demanding in every sense of the word. Players have to give great respect to number 17. Chantel has a 1-stroke lead, currently even par. And this is her third. Okay, back to the middle. Little cut roll at the end, no problem. Averaging a 5.75 on the day. Colleen wanted that to hold a stable edge, and it didn't. Hopefully she snuck through.
So I haven't used any competition. I wasn't sure what was you guys said about it. And for me, the group business, for me, not paying attention to it and just running. You're focusing on instead of the shot. And so I have to use it more to find that comfort spot, but I do.
Looking at the colorful tee pads down here. Nate, at this point in the day, how have the tee pads been playing? Have they dried out a decent amount?
Now, with the humidity what it is, and, you know, the cloud kind of still sitting on top of us, the tee pads, I don't believe, are destined to dry out all weekend. I think everyone's just kind of getting used to the slick cement.
And Nate, where have you seen strokes being bled out here? I mean, you've watched the feature card at least. We're not seeing a lot of birdies out here in this course, but we are seeing some unforced errors. Does this course just bring a lot of extra tension?
Yeah, I'm surprised at how timid some of these players have been. You know, there's not a lot of birdie opportunities out here. A lot of the field is playing some of these holes for par. And, of course, when that happens and when the conditions are tough as they are, I mean, you play for par, you make one mistake, you're taking a bogey, maybe a double. So I feel like we're going to see players start to attack more in rounds 2 and 3. But, yeah, this is one of the more technical courses that we've seen in the past couple months.
Well, I was going to say that, Nate. I mean, only 2 of the holes out here, number 8 and number 6, averaged under par. Got 18 averaging right around even. The rest averaging pretty far over par. Just a challenging track. And we're going to jump ahead. Holly has to go into Narnia to find her lie. Oh boy, this is one of those lies where you laugh and wonder how the heck your disc even got to that point. And she does it. Little forehand roller out of the woods. And the players just continue to trudge along the challenging 17th. So many different styles of hole out here on this course. I have to really applaud the variety that they've been able to add here at Parma.
I think that's one of the things that makes this more fun to play and also more fun to watch, that variety.
Definitely the player who wins this tournament is going to have the best overall weekend of golf of anybody else. There's no really outclassing players in regards to one skill or the other. Now Finley, after a great out. That just needed to stay on hyzer just a tad longer. Want to throw it back to you, Nate Perkins. Is there a backup on the tee pad, and is it because of the shape of the fairway? How far up there do the players need to get for the next card to tee off?
Yeah, there is a decent backup here, and I think the chase card in front of them is just struggling a bit. And yeah, it's a par 5, and they really just need to throw maybe 250 to 300 off the tee, but they just need to keep it so straight. And as soon as you get off into the rough, it's really dense here on the 17th. So I think that's why we see that chase card struggling right now.
Okay. Hendel's fourth goes right to the middle, and everything is still wet. Just one of those days out there on the course. It's going to feel nice to put on a fresh pair of socks, that's for sure. And here we go. Green flag for the feature card. And Widboom is just going with a safe forehand.
It's on the right-hand side. That is going to be tricky to get to the elbow. She may want to just pitch out to the middle of the fairway.
Seems like more of, yeah, this kind of line that maybe flattens a bit more. I feel like where she just went. Pretty similar positioning to Ellen. And at that point, the birdie is a little tougher.
Boy, you know, I liked the angle on that disc. If she had had that a foot to the left, I really would have liked to have seen how far that would have carried down that fairway.
And instead, a very tough scramble up ahead, close to the green. Chantel. Okay, that'll work. Just some short approaches up to the basket. Okay.
Wow. Very
Yeah,
unexpected skip there all the way up to the chains.
We got to see that again. That's just her playing catch in the driveway, just skipping it off the concrete. What a shot. She's given us a couple of shots like this today. Just buzzing metal. You'll get one soon, Sandy. You'll drop one in from range, I promise. Wow, and Raven is way off the fairway. And while Raven looks for her disc off to the side of the fairway, you should probably go and take a look at what discs the Disc Golf Pro Tour has in their online pro shop. We have a new collection release on Monday, the 28th, the week of the World Championships, galactically parked. Scan the QR code to get to shop.dgpt.com. Tons of discs from different brands, really nicely designed apparel. Get everything you need at shop.dgpt.com. Yeah, that's good enough. That is really good from where she was.
I'm throwing Raven, by the way. Yeah, okay. Sit. Down.
A little bit too far right, but advances the fairway.
Great, out.
Now Melinda trying to set up what she wants to do here. Lots of little gaps. I feel like you just need one shot to sit in the middle. Otherwise, you're just throwing scramble shot after scramble shot after scramble shot in a hole like this.
Much easier shot from there.
Little vertical thing.
That probably would have bounced on that.
Would have been perfect.
Perkins, some of these wooded holes out here at Parma are beautifully manicured. Do you have any info on who is maintaining these holes or designing or cutting them through?
Oh yeah, I was just talking to a couple locals who saw me taking a look at a couple of the marked trees, and they were telling me that the local town is keyed in on the Disc Golf Pro Tour coming here, and they want to help the club kind of grow this course, and so they're actually sending a team out, and they've been helping them clear a lot of these big ash trees, and especially here on the 17th, there's a lot of big ashes that have been cleared out and make this a more reasonable fairway. So pretty cool that the local town is keyed in on the Pro Tour being here.
Well, after 50 years, it's nice to get the support. And, you know, a disc golf club that's been around as long as they have, they know, you know, it takes a long time to sometimes convince a city or, you know, convince bigger sponsors to pay attention to disc golf. But, man, they have such history here. There was a national tour event held here in 2014. Dave Felberg, Paige Pierce taking down the titles there. It's been an A-tier multiple times.
The World Championships were held here in 1999.
A very big World Championships at that. Ken Climo's title, or his title streak, being cut off at this world title or World Championship.
And by here, I mean Rochester, not at this particular course.
Well, yeah, it's another one of those disc golf hotbeds. You look at UDisc and you see all the courses around the area. There's so much disc golf to choose from, not just Parma.
Man. Oh, this one's got my number. Gonna make it.
Tough stretch for Raven Klein after a tough tee shot and a tough scramble. Now up ahead, Holly Finley on the green. Wow, this hole is playing challenging to say the least. Double bogey for Holly Finley, and now Apton still with no easy line ahead of her. Okay. A little bit of comfort, a little bit of safety there. Still a lot of hole left to play. you know, Juliana, we've been talking about strategies changing going into tomorrow, and a hole like this, how much do you really need to bite off on the tee shot to have a look at the birdie?
Oh gosh, I don't even think about birdie on this hole, but if you can just get to the top of the hill and have it in the middle of the fairway, then you have a somewhat easy shot to the elbow. And if you get to the elbow in two, then you can fly to the green. It's 305 feet through that window, but that's 3 very precise shots through the woods.
And up on the green of 17, Colleen McInnes grabbing a bogey, which really not too far off the average of the hole, 5.83 on the day. A par, like you said, feeling a little bit like a birdie.
So to answer your question on how far you need to get off the tee, probably low 200s is enough, provided you're in the middle of the fairway.
Well, she pushed forward, advanced the fairway a bit. Now she has a stretch out forehand if she wants it. And okay, here's a straight look to the basket, finally. This is a challenging fairway to maneuver. Forehand roller from Widboom.
I don't know if you saw it. Did it go a little left at the end? Okay. Yeah, it was hard to see from there. All right.
And now Raven. 250 away. That will do it. Very nicely done. Up to 18. Badinsky not getting up on the green.
But she did the most important part, and that is stay in bounds.
Yes. And Apton's forehand roller hits a log, leaks left. Still more golf left to play here.
There's a lot of debris on the ground here. Really hard to get a good idea what your roller is going to do, because it's most likely going to hit some of those sticks.
Oh man. That
Perfect.
was pretty. Very nicely done for Finley, and now back to 17. Our feature card still trying to complete this challenging par 5. And the rain is coming back down. Tough lie. It's going to be either the stretchiest of stretch out forehands right or this inside backhand. Tough lie, still a little bit of distance left. And now Badinsky on 18 for birdie. Almost dunks it in. And with that par tap in, she will set the bar at even. Let's take another look at this Circle 2 bid. Just a foot short.
That's at least the second putt from distance that has come remarkably close to going in, so close that it's a little bit of a optical illusion that it doesn't hit anything.
I would have to think that she is satisfied with the even, but, you know, just like we saw, just a couple little execution errors along the way, costing her a few birdies. I think that 3, 4, 5 under par is still right in the cards. Widboom, no problem. McInnes, birdie. All smiles. Way to finish off the round. Great momentum moving into round 2. It was a great day out there for Chantel Badinsky. She is your leader at even par. And barring an ace from Widboom on 18, she will be officially your leader after round 1. But hey, I'm open to an ace, Juliana.
Well, it is aceable. It is within reach. There is a straight line, but it is very straight.
And if Ellen continues on the pace, she will join your leader, Badinsky, on the lead card going into round number 2. Chantel from Canada, Miss Frisbees, had a day out there.
Such a great start with that uphill putt on hole 1.
And stepping up to hole number 10, the island. Just a nice, clean hyzer flip. Showcased the skills today. I mean, showed off some distance, showed off some accuracy, showed off some incredible telepathy. Just in general, a great day on the course, and looked like the course was also kind to her in the spots where it needed to be kind, and she managed the low points in the round very well. Bounced back from some tough bogeys, kept the putter going after missing a short one early on. Let's take a look at the scorecard here for Badinsky. Lots of mistakes to clean up. I mean, she has that 4 under par right there. Anything else that you noticed, Juliana?
No, she's just very steady. I mean, yeah, like you've mentioned, there have been mistakes, but I've been really impressed with her line all day long.
And now Widboom to tap out on 17 and continue on to the final hole of the day. Man, and other than that triple bogey 6, it's been a steady day for Ellen Widboom as well. All right, your feature card moving on to number 18. Chantel Badinsky, Hannah Stefanovic, Caitlin Clay, and barring a par or bogey or better, Ellen Woodboom will also wrap up the lead card going into the second day of competition. JK, talk to us about number 18.
18's another island hole. There's a tight gap, a little bit of a gap right off of the tee pad, and then another gap that really lines the line that you need to go towards the basket, right at the front edge of the green. The problem with this one right here is if you hit any of these trees, it's a very likely potential that you're going to ricochet back out of bounds. The green itself is uphill, where the island starts. It's a good 15 feet uphill, making circle 2 putts that much longer.
All right, well, we called for it. An ace would tie her with Badinsky. Oh, but I suppose a birdie putt from the top of the hill is not too shabby either. 4 inches.
I have no idea.
Safe.
I think it actually ricocheted off of that stake to stay in bounds.
Tree at that point. Dumb.
Got the confirmation from Perkins. She did hit the stake and stay in bounds.
I told you it was dumb. No, I'm kidding. It's me? Yeah.
There is a drop zone for any tee shot that comes to rest out of bounds.
Heiser flip from Apton. Yeah. Not up top, but still solid. Now Klein. Ooh, slides left OB, red flag.
You know, it happens.
As the card begins walking down the fairway, let's take another look at this shot from Woodboom. Standstill sidearm with that understable driver. And just flips
Stands up just a little bit too much.
Hey, we love that. Little ricochet off the stake. She is safe. One last time, I'm going to throw it down to Nate Perkins on the ground. Any parting shots? What did you pick up from round number 1 out here at Parma?
Well, I picked up that everyone is just enjoying themselves out here. I mean, there's this kind of looming feeling, Brian, that Worlds is just around the corner. And I want to almost question every player and ask them, like, how did you make the decision to play this event with Worlds around the corner? But it doesn't seem to be the talk of the cards here, that players are just in the moment and they're enjoying this historic place, and especially the locals. They are just so thankful for any players that did make the decision to come here. So looking forward to the rest of the weekend here in the Cloud Forest of Rochester.
And that's what we picked up on as well. Just a lot of smiles all around, even with the rain coming down, the mud being traipsed everywhere. It seems like the players who are here are thrilled to be here.
Beans. That's the name of it. It's great. Oh, I love it.
And we will not see her on camera tomorrow, but I will say we will see Ellie Ezra again at some point in her disc golf career. Showcasing a very, very impressive physical skill set, and just needs to kind of get the experience of course management and putting together decent scores.
Thanks for spotting.
No shortage of characters on this feature card either. Apton just laying up there. And this, for Widboom, is to go within 1 stroke of the lead. Tied for second. Weak side miss. She remains on the lead card. 2 strokes off Badinsky. A nice initial effort. And there you have it, folks. Your feature card is done for the day, and Ellen Widboom is going to stay on that lead feature card, joining Caitlin Clay, Hannah Stefanovic, and Chantel Badinsky. It's going to be an exciting day in Rochester, New York, and we are going to come back here into the booth. Brian Earhart, Juliana Korver. Tough day out there. The course was playing tough. The players were just trying to figure it out. What did you gather?
Yeah, the course really was playing tough with these conditions, and you know, the holes are, many of them are just outside of reach on a good day, so it takes something a little extra to be able to get that birdie. I think tomorrow we'll see players playing a little bit more conservatively, staying out of the out of bounds and trying to better their score more for not having the negative instead of maybe going after the positive.
Well, we talked a lot about Chantel Badinsky and how she played very solid throughout the entire day, just made a couple mistakes here and there. I do want to talk about a player on the feature card that we watched all day, Ellen Widboom, 2 over par. What does she need to clean up if she wants to chase down Chantel in first place?
Not a lot. I mean, she had that that triple bogey on hole 7, and without that, she would be in the lead. So if she just doesn't have any blow-up holes tomorrow and plays similarly to what she did today, she's going to be pushing for that lead.
Yeah, I mean, hole number 7, she took a big number, and it was simply because of a complete misfire. And I have to believe, because it's a sidearm, I don't think we're going to see that same mistake again. And that's a 3-stroke swing potentially. With that said, we have the OTB shot of the day and the OTB after show after this commercial break here on the Disc Golf Network. We'll see you soon.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Repetitive stress injuries are one of the most common reasons that disc golfers have to take time off from playing the sport they love. With the average disc golf bag weighing up to 25 pounds, this can add up to over 2,000 pounds of accumulated stress on your body during a single round. A cart gives you the ability to bring what you need on the course without the repetitive heavy lifting. This reduces the number of stress points you experience during a round, keeping you at your best.
One of my favorite memories growing up was a trip I took with my dad to Hawaii. We just got done with a round of disc golf and decided to listen to the Grateful Dead. Without saying anything, we both knew we needed to dance, and that's exactly what we did. Sometimes you just need to stop and enjoy the music.
We are the Disc Golf Pro Tour. We exist not just in the throws and the putts, but in the hearts of those who make it possible. We are a story. Behind every disc thrown, there is a team. Professionals bound by respect, care, and a shared passion. We work tirelessly to create disc golf's grandest stages at the world's premier venues. Together with volunteers and fans, we form a community that not only shares the love of disc golf, but enriches lives beyond the game. It's our goal to continually evolve professional rules, benchmarks, and experiences to ensure the highest level of play. Every competition and every throw is an invitation to a world-class experience. This is who we are. This is our story. Welcome to the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
Welcome back. Chantel Badinsky in the lead by 1 going into round number 2 of Jim Palmeri's 50th American Flying Disc Open. Coming back in here to the booth, Brian Earhart, Juliana Korver, OTB after show time, and with that, the OTB shot of the day. We had quite a few. Any guesses, Juliana?
Yes, well, I think that Holly Finley's drive on 18 was a thing of beauty, but I'm going to give the nod to Chantel as she directs the disc with her finger to the right around the tree on hole 11 and nestles right under the basket.
I can't argue with telepathy. I think that's going to be my guess as well. Let's take a look. Ooh, it's the shot on 16, stands still, backhand. I suppose ringing it up is not too bad either. And this is the shot that when I think of Holly Finley throwing, I think of her throwing this line. Little bit of turn out of the hand from the standstill. Holly is just off the lead, 4 over par total. Still very well within the hunt. Lots of strokes to make up. 2 more rounds here on the Disc Golf Network. We have MPO action this afternoon starting at 2:30 Eastern Time. And with that, you'll see me alongside Nate Perkins doing the commentary for the men. But tomorrow, Juliana, I have to bid you adieu. For Brian Earhart, Juliana Korver, we'll see you later. We'll see you tomorrow.